So it looks like we're live. So this will be a continuation of the series that I've been doing for the last couple of weeks now. So I've been streaming every day because I'm kind of between projects. So I've been inviting people to do a super chat if you want to vote on what specific things you'd like me to cover next. Other than that, I'm going to pick up from where I left off yesterday, which was I was trying to remember how to debug, and then later I realized I'm kind of dumb. I forgot completely how to use the debugger. So let's just hit this and see. Let's do that. This should just start it and run the application. And I think what I was missing was I just had to pause. I had to pause, and then I could go and start inspecting the program state. So we'll do a bit of that today. And I also root caused, after I ended the stream last night, I figured out what the issue was. So the problem was in the console writer thread. One of the whole points of that thread is to be the one source for writing to the terminal, and it's that thread that actually processes the character length, the character width measurement requests. And because I was trying to call one of the printing functions from that thread, it was then trying to block on itself. So it was trying to send a request to itself, and then it was blocking, waiting for the response to come back. And so that's why I deadlocked. I'm here for a vibe coding session. Gemini can help you debug. Yeah, I still haven't got around to experimenting with that. I kind of think I kind of doubt a lot of these issues would be. I would kind of doubt an AI would even be able to help with a lot of stuff. Like from what I've seen in the past, like that thing about the deadlock, like it would probably give me general debugging stuff. But I also once I was able to just get in and look at the threads and see like where in the code it was blocked, then instantly I knew like, okay, that was the problem right there. Volume seems better today. Yeah, I've been turning down my headphone volume. So I guess when my headphones are super loud, I compensate and make my voice quieter. So, I haven't actually changed the the input or broadcast volume. So it's probably just the feedback to be. Okay, so I press pause program. It's thinking really hard about something. Okay. Now I can do threads and variables. So this is what I was looking for yesterday. So why is there only one thread? Okay, yeah, here we go. So I'd expect there to be more threads in here. I tried this last night on the on my other machine. Nine hidden frames. Where are the frames though? I don't want to hide them. I wonder if it's because when I did this last night, I ran it on, I ran the executable from the command line, or the jar from the command line. Galactic Past says, hello, Robert. How's it going? It also showed me the stack frames. Show all frames. Okay, there we go. Is there a show all threads? Doesn't look like there's any of my code in here. Hey, do you know how to make a CPU? Yes, I have a video on that topic. People kept asking me how to make a CPU. It's just like, why don't I just make a video so everyone can watch it? And now 11 million people know how to make a CPU. Now, if only I can figure out how to debug. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I need to. I think I need to add the parameters with the jar. I didn't do that. I love the video though, but is it real? Can you make a CPU out of a rock? I mean, theoretically, theoretically, yes, you can take quartz. If you get a bunch of quartz, you could like smash it up and then. I guess if you wanted to just take quartz rock, you could smash it up and then you could heat it up. I think with pure carbon, like on an arc furnace, and then you would get silicon metal. But the next issue you'd face is the silicon metal would be, or metallic silicon, or the metalloid silicon, it would be full of impurities. So then you'd have like just basically every periodic table element that you can think of, and then you'd have to purify the silicon. So actually, I think usually there's multiple pathways to purify it to like very pure silicon. One is if you check out Nile Red has a video on purification of silicon. So it's I think you actually turn it into a gaseous form. I think it's silicon tetrachloride or something. So you end up making this gas, which is like extremely dangerous to breathe in because can solidify in your lungs and form glass, which is not good for you. But anyway, that's one way to go from like semi-pure silicon dioxide to ultra-pure. I forget it. I think it produces ultra-pure silicon dioxide, and so then you'd have to do the carbon step. So now you have ultra-pure silicon, but at that point it's you have random grain orientations in it. So then you have to do like a slow process of like epitaxy or something with yeah, it's not in the video. Then you'd have to do something like the Jokralski method, which is a method of you take a seed crystal, you dip it in, and then you well, I showed that in the video, and then you get a monocrystal, and then you cut it into wafers, and then technically you can do all this at home, but the end result probably wouldn't be very good. You probably could make like very, very large transistors with it that are like have very poor consistency and quality, and they probably have like very high losses and stuff. Good evening from Southern Ontario. Hello from South Carolina. Transistor manufacturing, indeed. Yeah, you could. I think it's very much within the realm of like an individual to make like a transistor. At least it doesn't have to be isotopically pure. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that would be a whole other thing if you had to do that. Doping PNPs. Yeah, and of course, throughout this process, you have to think about exactly what kind of impurities you want to add, like what, and it really depends on what product you want to end up with. But yeah, it's in general, it's done by like facility. It's all about like if you want a crappy quality product with like large transistors or something that don't work very well, then you can do it with yourself. I think actually like very few people do the whole process themselves, but like a small university lab or something, like the nanotechnology or the chemical engineering processing department of a university, they would probably have a lab where you can actually do some like very basic lithography and stuff for like small batches. So like at Intel, the process is like totally like automated with machines, and it's high volume, and everything's like sealed, and they have clean rooms and stuff like that. But if you are okay with like losing things, and you're okay with the odd speck of dust ruining some of your chips or something like that, you can do less of this quality control. And so you can, and these things are often done in like university lab settings. But then you have like a person who has to like put the photoresist on and stuff, and you have to get the layering really, really precise. Otherwise, if the photoresist layer is too thick, then the lithography doesn't work. And but then you can just like, if you have a university labs, you can just try again. Actually, on my how to make a CPU video, the top voted comment is Sam Ziluf, or I don't know how to pronounce his name. Anyway, if you click through his channel, he actually has some of this equipment, and he does like actually makes some of the stuff himself. So if you're interested, you can go look at that video, or look at the videos on his channel. I think he actually raised some venture capital and started his own company around that type of manufacturing. Okay, what was I doing? So I think the issue was I need like a debug run, because I think I'm not actually running the application that way. edit configurations, and I'll add I just want to run a command. Draw application, maybe? Nope. It's too complicated. I read an engineering book once. That's good. Your video is on first page of Google. How to make a CPU. Yep. I guess I optimized it well for general audiences. Hardware Talk just got projected from an internship from a company that does GPU design stuff today. Would have been really cool to work with hardware engineers. That's too bad. GPU design stuff. I mentioned there's that seems like a growing industry right now. Who knows what the future holds? That might be the next big thing to go into. RIP, BM's hopes and dreams from that one GPU company. There's more fish in the sea. Yeah, but the amount of money that investors are throwing into that, then, like everything else in the economy is doing poorly. But I think AI stuff is still. I think it's the only place that venture capital money is flowing. As always, next year, final round rejections do sting though. At least you don't get rejected immediately. That's an even worse feeling. let's see what this does. So I think this, if this works, this will run the application with the right thing to allow debugging connections. And then I can press pause. Born to code, forced to use Maven. Why is there a Spring Boot running there? That's because I'm using Spring Boot. Now will it work? I don't see the other threads. Steady working. I guess I'm not sure what you mean by that statement, but we're working away, trying to get the trying to figure out how to make the debugger work. Always steady working. Yep, I gotta work. Gotta make money. Gotta stream all the time. Raise money for world domination. Figuring out the build tool is harder than the actual code. Yeah, I've spent so much time working on this. That's why I prefer command line stuff so much. Is you just figure out the command and then you run it, and like when this if I go to a different like IDE, then I'm gonna have to relearn all this stuff, and every version it'll be different. And I make $24.99 an hour. Well, I guess it could be worse. What's minimum wage around where you are? It's got to be more than minimum wage. I found it pretty funny when I found Java had an unsafe class. I've only seen it used for atomic operations, but I wonder what kind of silly stuff you could do with it. Yeah, I've never actually. I just noticed that when I was messing around in the debugger. It is, but still sucks. Yeah, the economy seems broken. Like I don't know what happened. Like the future seemed optimistic and things were getting better and we're working harder, and then I don't know, for some reason everyone's just like, hey, let's make immigration go to unsustainable levels, and then everyone's wages went down, and then the economy crashed. And in Ontario, remote workers, minimum wages, $18.90. Yeah, it's been going up here in Ontario, but it's even at that, it's like I don't even know if you can. It's barely. It's barely enough to survive. What are you doing? I'm new. So right now, I'm working on trying to get the debugger to work with my working on a terminal-based. Come on, where's the README? Well, I'm going to show it. Ugh. That's bizarre. Anyway, it's a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So it's a game you play in the Linux terminal. You wander around an infinite universe. You spam the M key and use that to mine blocks. And currently, I'm trying to figure out how to get my debugger working, because it's not. I think it's not actually launching the right. It's not launching the right thing to accept connections from the debugger. So that did not work. So let's just delete that. Apply OK. And then let me clean up that process. All right, process is done. Now, if I can just figure out another way, to make run configuration, to just run a command. I wonder if it'll just work if I just do something like this. Shell script not found. Nope, that's not what I want. Compound. Nope. application. I just want to run a random command. I wonder if there's a way. Can I just run the I want to do the opposite. Maybe that would work. In a sense, I'm going to from a first world to better first world. I think I missed some other chats there. What is up, fellow friends? I will get taxed by my home country, like the residents of the place I will be moving to. And if I fail, Canada has to take me back. I feel so blessed to be able to leave this place for somewhere better. I guess he must have said where he's going. I think I missed that. Script text instead of script file. Maybe I'll look at that. Well, let's try this here. Pause. Did it actually connect to anything? I don't know. That kind of doesn't look like what I expected. Script text. Okay. Oh, okay. That might do what I want. Let's just see this. See, that says the word error. Maybe it didn't run. Okay, is there a process running? Or so it looks like it did. Oh, you know what? I need that. Yeah, you know, I should just edit this. Because this one actually tries to run it, so I'll just make sure it's built first. So now, if I do this, this might work. I don't have any pause buttons. Do you listen to music while computing? Usually if I'm not streaming. I'm gonna start telling my wife I'm computing instead of watching YouTube. You were in the right one, just head to the text script instead of script. Yeah, I think it's that, yeah, this is evidence that it seems to be doing what I want. It's doing that. Should I buy a house now? I don't know. The primary, the thing is like everything is basically centrally controlled by the government. So the government has the ability to like completely destroy your wealth or make you a billionaire. Like if they screw with interest rates, that'll make it either worthless or they can make it like the government has the power to crash the market or make it or just inflate it by printing more money. So it's hard to say. You were in the right one, just okay. Read that. Depends on what you want the house for. Yeah, I guess if you plan to live in it, then primary residence just for peace and quiet. To work on myself. Learn new skills. If you're living in it, then even if the market crashes, like if you plan to stay for a while, then at least you can kind of ride out the market. Do they still do fixed rate mortgages? I'm not the one to ask about that. I live with my folks. Best parents, but they want me involved with everything the family does. Privacy is, yeah, I know the feeling. It's always like inviting you to low impact stuff. I'm worried about leaving as they get older and push themselves. Yeah, that's why I've made plans like my parents are in a fairly rural area, so if I do abandon Ontario, I'll probably be like looking to like make some kind of a place like very close to where they are, like, you know, a house like right beside them, because that way, like I think having another, like, I don't know what your options are, but I think the ideal case would be like you live in a rural area and your parents like live across the road or something, so you can see them whenever need be, and they're just like right there, but also you have separate space. Most people only save a couple $100 in a month in rent, but they don't factor in your time, labor, when things break. Yeah, I haven't owned a house, but from what I know about my parents, there's some massive amount of upkeep and labor and just keeping it standing up. You got to think about insurance and stuff, and not getting any younger, so I do it now. Better do it now than wait. I have 12,000 or 1,200 or 12,000 or 120,000 saved. I'm going through a loaner. Sorry, I can't. It's hard to read the number of zeros on that. 12,000 saved. Going through a loaner to buy the home. Once I get another job, I won't have to worry about funds. Too much gain. Yeah, if you haven't, apparently there's the real estate. I don't know what country are you in, but if you're in Canada, I know in Canada there's a lot of chaos going on in the real estate industry. So there's stuff like people will sell a house, and then the sale is final, but the house it fails to close. Or there's conditions where in the fine print it says we will sell the house to you if we can find another place in the meantime, and then they'll say oh, we have a place lined up, but then weird stuff will happen now, the person who's selling the house, they will be trying to buy and move their new place into their new place, and then the financing for that will initially be approved, but then it gets canceled by the bank because they don't have the equity value changed or something, so now they can't close the place that we're going to move to, and then so your deal closes and it gets in limbo, or stuff all kinds of shenanigans that mortgage people play and stuff. So make sure you do some research and get if you do buy a place, make sure you get a loan or mortgage broker who actually knows what they're doing, and ask them about risks and traps and stuff. But yeah, I mean, the market may be on the verge of a crash, but then again, if you're going to live in it, at least if it crashes, then you can also think about so if you say you only have 12,000, so you're gonna have to be doing stuff on finance. You have to make sure you research. Let's say the value goes down, you buy it, and then the value goes down 50% tomorrow. Are you gonna have to liquidate and lose? Are you gonna have negative equity immediately and lose the place or something? There's a whole bunch of people in Australia that got in that trap where 50% of everyone in the neighborhood had negative equity. Did you check out Caravan Palace? Is that something we talked about in a previous stream? If it was, I completely forgot about it. It's real scary out there. Yeah, and the real estate industry is, I think, really rough right now. I spent 2 years finding a fourplex in a rougher area that I could afford, so I don't have a mortgage now. Does Canada not have an independent central bank? I don't know much about the governance structure of our banks. I have 2 jobs, sell plasma, and only pay for electricity bill, groceries, gas, and internet. But I might be losing my side job due to government cuts. Yeah, it's tough out there. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say the way the housing market works, the whole thing is a Ponzi scheme, where if the government wants prices to go up, they can do that. They just print more money. They do things to increase demand. It's not just interest rates, but they can also make it they can allow people to use more leverage or something, and they can remove stress tests and stuff like that. And so, if things get rough in the economy, they might go ahead and do that. But then they also might do the opposite. So it all depends on what the government wants to try and do. So I guess you can think about rather than trying to get rich, just figure out how to position yourself so that if things do go to crap, and the value, you buy something and the value goes down tomorrow, position yourself so that you can like kind of ride out the storm, even if it's like 5-10 years or something. Because I'm sure eventually real estate prices will come back. My job is firefighter and EMT with the government, but might be losing it soon. I'm looking for another EMS job since it's reliable to find work. Issue is pay sucks. Yeah, that's it. That's the big issue these days. It's getting harder to get ahead. It's a music thing, I asked you, but music when I came back to see you again for the first time I saw. Someone was asking about the same question. Said you like vaporwave? Okay, recommend it. I'll think about it again. I honestly I forget. I'm realizing now I forget a lot of the stuff that happens that people mention during streams. That's everything's so fast paced. I'm keeping track of so many conversations. Man discovered economics. What are you using to attach to the process? I have configurations. So this is my debug configuration. So I have a run the shell script, run for debugger. So that's supposed to run the java-jar with the listen and stuff like that. And yeah, I think this should work. Now I also, so I ran it. It looks like it's listening. I wonder if maybe it's like it's blocked on this. Maybe if I just do that and then do the following thing and edit the configuration. So edit configurations, run shell script, run for debugger, script text, and then at the end of it I will do that. Apply. Okay. Let's check if there's something running. Nope. Wait, that's not what I want. I want to do this. That's also not working. Process finished with Xcode 130. What's that from? I think that's from when I previously ran it. If you like math, you would like Caravan Palace. I'll try to remember it. If not, you can remind me again a few more times. I'm the audio engineer who offered to help with content. I do remember someone mentioning they were an audio engineer. Maybe you could have an AI summarize the audio content for your own notes after live streams. I could do that, but there's I already have a million other things going on. If you're handy and single, buy a fixer upper. Upgrade while you live in it. Don't over upgrade. Sell and repeat. Yeah, I think that's a decent plan. Like if you just think about just think about your cash flow, like about, because if you can kind of live in a dump and then fix it up over time, slowly increase the value. Because the other thing is, like, if you do kind of live in a dump, like if you have, like, even if you have a leaking roof or something, within reason, the city can't come along and force you to fix it. But if you buy, like, something that's super fancy, that's all pretty done for you, then that's going to have to go in your debt, and you have no choice but to pay the debt and to pay interest on it. Did you set a breakpoint? So the program is deadlocking, so it should, and I have previously seen it, like I would get the pause button would be active because of the deadlock. That's the whole reason I'm trying to use the debugger. I got it working last night. So I've gotten it working if I run it on the command line outside of the IDE. That worked last night on the other computer. Question for the streamer: did you have a recommendation to go back to school to get a computer science degree or master's, or go to Code Academy? If so, do you have a recommendation for which one? At this time, I would say going to school for computer science right now is probably not, unless someone is already in computer science and you're, like, super interested in it. I would say it's probably not the best time in history to be getting into it, because I think I know this year, so back when we had the COVID boom, we had, like, the largest number of people ever. I think there's something like when my software engineering class was only 100 people or so, we had like 800 people who went to do computer science, and those people are all graduating now. Actually, if you check one subreddit for the University of Waterloo, r/u Waterloo, you can read there of some of the experiences of people trying to find jobs and get co-ops and stuff. And I think the job market for software engineers, it used to be like 100% employment, but right now it's actually starting to get, so we have a kind of like the most distress in the job market, but also the most number of people graduating. Now that's today. Having said that, if I'm going to give people advice on what to do with their life, the other side of that could be that now things are like, this is the dark and dreary, like right now there's probably a lot less people going into it because there's so much oversupply right now, and maybe in 4 years, like when you graduate, or depends how long your program is, in 4 years the job market may be better. So because the job market's terrible right now, lots of people are not going into that career path. So that means in 4 years there's probably going to be a deficit in the number of people again, and the economy might be recovered in 4 years. But what if it takes like 10 years? You could look into like how fast. I think the .com bubble bust, I think it was like 10 years before that came back. So I would say just look at the best the most authoritative source of information is like, are people getting jobs in it? And I do see lots more posts of people struggling to get into it. But if it's something if you're already like super passionate about it, but if it's if you're thinking about like a quick thing to get, like if you watch those day in the life of Google engineer videos and you're like, oh, this is an easy way to make a lot of money, because also a lot of those were kind of like exaggerated too. People wanted to give off the vibe that this is a super cushy place to work and stuff. Any advice on how to not go insane nowadays? I guess walks in the woods. If you watch my latest video, that my plan is we're just going to build a new society without all the problems that this society has. Probably be easier by just setting up JDWP with Maven instead of IntelliJ at this point. I'm not familiar with that JDWP. I'll do some, once I catch up on the chat, I'll do some other tests on the command line. Greetings with awkward exuberance. Brendan Fraser, not handy, but I can learn. I know people who, for years experience, they can cut me basically family deals. But you think buying a simple house, say $100,000, paying it off is no. But you think buying a simple house, say $100,000 and paying it off is no. I'm not sure I understand that statement, but I think anything. Yeah, you said if there's if you have a family that can cut you deals and stuff, I think that's actually going to be the way. That's going to be like the secret to win is like having family and like network connections and stuff, and like if you have an extended family, if you can find like ways to get deals and stuff, and if you know someone in the family who's like selling a house or something, buy it from them or rent it from them or something, or deals that are kind of like where you don't have to go through the market, because there's so many like scams and stuff nowadays, and like just do Google searches or like like I haven't done this, but if you Google like my horror story of buying a house that failed to close, and you'll probably find like hundreds of stories about the different ways that happens now a lot more. And also mortgage fraud and stuff is becoming a bigger problem now, so there's lots of all kinds of nonsense. Everything's becoming a bigger scam in the world. I did not know that about computer science after COVID. I did get a minor computer science thanks to COVID. After computer science 3, I struggled a lot. Yeah, I think just like pure computer science for the fun of it. Like there's a lot of people that go into it and they don't really know what they want to do. They go into like general. They know they like programming and stuff. I think the kind of like top tier people who like, the really insanely dedicated people who like are always doing elite code and like top 10% of the class. Those people will probably go and like get jobs at AI companies and stuff, and they'll have no trouble getting like there still will be companies hiring, but I think probably the bottom 90% is going to struggle a lot more going forward. Maybe not even the bottom 90%, but like for sure like the bottom 40%, least passionate, least talented, are probably going to struggle a lot for the next few years. If you're like your only thing is computer science, but you said you did some other stuff like you're a firefighter and you do EMS, and I think the way to win in the future is probably going to be like interdisciplinary stuff. So if you can think about what I always tell people to do is look around for kind of like hybrid jobs. So if you can go through your network somehow to find something if you have a computer science degree, you work at the fire department, you're probably the most technically literate, computer literate person at the fire department. So you might be able to get in on some like, government contract to set up some kind of highly technical system for, all the fire departments in wherever. And if they're looking for someone like that, and they see someone with domain experience in both domains, then they'll probably pick you over someone else. Or like for EMS, I'm sure there's like tons of places where you have to set up computer systems and stuff, and nobody understands how the system works. But if you're the most technical person, then you might have an edge over everyone else. And also, if you have the social network from those places, I find a worthwhile exercise is like go through your LinkedIn or like your Facebook or whoever, and just like go through all the people you know and worked with at these places, and like just think about them for like, give them 5 seconds of your mind, and think like, is there any, if I reach out to this person, would they be able to help set me out with something, and oftentimes there's like people you worked with that you kind of forgot about, and you'll be like, I forgot about that person. They're pretty cool. They probably know something about how to get me in somewhere. I was in uni for chemistry and dropped out in third year to do power engineering at community college. It's sort of a trade and requires a decent amount of various subjects in science. Definitely recommended. Yeah, power engineering is I don't know what the job prospects are for that, but I know it's something that I think we should have more of. I've often thought that all the people who are constantly protesting climate change and stuff, if those people got a degree in power engineering and learned more about how power grids and stuff work and how to just manage how to build and upgrade infrastructure, that would do a lot more than protesting to politicians to get them to change stuff. I'm interested in pursuing computer science so I can work as I travel. My goal is to reach and live in Japan. I hope that with the computer science job, I can make it happen. Yeah, I mean it's a dream to work toward. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really have a lot of advice. I know the freelance world is very competitive. If you want to just do odd computer science jobs, and I think with AI now, people also kind of. I would say it's not necessarily automated those jobs, but if I was to hire someone on Fiverr.com to write me some code, I'm kind of discouraged from doing that now because I think most of them are a lot more people now are probably just writing AI generated garbage. So the trust about quality level is there's not as much trust there. But if you can find someone to actually trust you who will pay for doing freelance. But then if you want to work full time, at Facebook, Microsoft, Google, finding one of those places that'll let you do full time remote is probably pretty challenging. A lot of those places are trying to pull people back into the workplace. For people that change their mind about uni, most jobs aren't super physical. Most are shift work. IT for firehouses. Yeah, I'm not sure if that exists, but if it does, then it might be something to look into because you'd probably be the first to get it. Thank you for your advice so far. My overall goal is for me, an American, to live in Japan, find work stable enough to have a house in Japan and build some roots there. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of moving parts there. You said you want to be close to your parents. I don't know where. I guess they're probably presumably in America, but then I guess depends how long they live and. Firefighting and EMS are good. Allows me to pursue school, but I don't want to stay where I grew up. So I have a lot of questions, but YouTube barely gives me 256 characters for chat. All right, let's try. So let's run that. So that's listening. And let's edit this. Oh, wait, was I running the wrong? Oh, I think I was. Okay, there's nothing running, so I'm going to try this again. Error running debugger. Connection refused. Why is the connection refused? must be failing to run that command at all, but I don't see. Don't see any output. What if I just run this? So that's running. If I run that, it says connected. And then I do pause. Threads and variables. So that's connecting, but I'm still not seeing all the threads that I expected. All right, let's close all that. New sub, excellent. Pretty soon I'll have 10 million subscribers. Okay. Now if I just run the jar, that, then run this, and pause the debugger. Threads and variables. That is different. Okay, maybe it was basically working before. Because I still don't see the thread that I expected in here. Okay, there's my code. Oh, could it be just really slow starting up? All right, pause again. Oh, you know what? I think that was the problem. It was just slow. That's why I had to wait for it to like start up. Okay, that was a fun waste of time. Okay, you know what that implies then? That this whole thing probably Okay, I did get it running at one time. So that's still not running. So that's broken. I remember I got it to run through this thing once before, and I forgot the way I did it. I think the reason the threads I was expecting to show up is I just didn't wait long enough before pausing it. Let me think. I thought it was this, but that doesn't work. Let's try it again. Yes, that depends on that. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, this connected. Now if I do pause. Pause program. Is it pausing? Stop debug. I don't know what it's doing. G2G. Have a good one. Have a good night. Yeah, that's weird. If I run this thing that's supposed to run before it, and that runs and it listens. Man, this thing is so janky. There's got to be some way to actually make this debugging work. I could just always launch it from the command line, but I want to have a button to press. Let's just check. Make sure I'm not going insane. Let's remove that. Okay, nothing running. Now let's run that. Apply OK. And run debug. Connected to target. Pause program. Okay, now we got a paused program. We got some threads. If we resume it, then it's going to launch more threads. Pause program. Show all frames. Alright, I guess that's what I'll do for now. I guess I could stick that in an external script and run it, but that's exactly what that other thing is supposed to do. Is I paste in the text of a script, but it don't work. Now the issue that I was facing was that that I identified. I should figure out a way to name these threads. I think this one here is probably in, yeah, that function is in the console writer thread state, and the issue I was facing was when I try to measure the text length from this, from the console writer thread, it tries to put it as a blocking request to another thread to try and obtain the length of measured text. But the console writer thread in my program, the reason I made this thread was to actually process those requests. So it's a circular dependency, and it's basically waiting for itself to give back the message. So it blocks on itself forever and deadlocks. So you know what I can do, maybe? I just joined this MC mod, Minecraft mod. Assuming MC equals Minecraft, then this has nothing to do with Minecraft. Although it is a block mining game where you mine blocks in the terminal. Now let me see. You're welcome. Let's see. I'm looking for a place in the code where I checked the instance of a thread. I think I had to do some. Ideally, I want to put an error. I want to make it throw an exception if the console reader thread ever tries to block itself again. So that way, instead of wasting all this time, I'll just get an exception and be like, oh, that makes sense. So I might have done something like that in here. D is an instance of standard input reader task. These thread IDs and stuff are, I remember them being very confusing. Standard input reader task. Extends block manager thread. Extends thread. So I have classes for there's threads and thread states. Standard input reader task. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I don't know if I can check the type of this the way I want. Basically, I want to say if the current thread is of type workout and processor task. I don't know if that'll work. Just joined. What are we doing? I'm working on, I want to edit check to make sure that the console writer thread task does not try to block itself in the future, because that's what I wrote some code that did that. And instead of having a deadlock, I wanted to just detect that. Any tips for a almost there burnout corporate programmer maintaining a 20-year-old code base in a niche and obscure programming environment that is rapidly getting more and more obsolete? I rant, but I hate corporate. But the money is nice. I would say, squeeze as much out of that squeeze, while the good times are here, get as much out of it. The world economy seems to be going downhill. And you said 20-year code base. I guess I don't know exactly how old you are, but it sounds like you've been working there for a while. In my opinion, I think there's a lot of ageism in programming, and I think it's not necessarily because of the people's age, but it's 28. You're not that bad, I guess. You're 10 years younger than me, but I guess if you were I guess even for that age, squeeze as much out of the system as you can, because I think the older you get, like if you work there for, say, 6-7 more years and you get laid off, then you'll be kind of like I think it's kind of like a worse time to be laid off, where you're like I think the main reason why companies want to hire younger people is because they're naive and you can exploit them more. So you can like when you first graduate, imagine those people right now who graduated in that class of 800 people who are struggling to separate themselves. Those people are going to be willing to work really hard to distinguish themselves. But then as you get older, you become a little bit more jaded. You understand how employees manipulate people and stuff, and you become more cynical at the world. And I think companies recognize that, so they prefer to hire the younger people. But yeah, you could could just keep taking in the money while the money's good. Almost there. Burnout corporate programmer. What exactly do you mean by almost there? I think by that I kind of thought you meant you were going to retire soon, or know what you value and immerse yourself in what you hold. In some cases, is a double-edged sword. Yeah, bank as much money as you can for the burnout stuff. I think the big thing I always recommend is exercise, and you may need to speak up, set up some boundaries at work. But it depends how much they're working you, and how many crazy deadlines there are and stuff. I've been stuck. All of a sudden, I'm the most experienced guy at the company. In the old code base, more experience left. Yeah, it's in a smarter world, you could say that that's job security if you're the only one who knows it. But knowing companies, they'll probably have no problem laying off the most experienced person on a code base and then just hiring someone who has no clue, and then the company will just fail because of it or something. Maintaining old code base while new environment is actively being developed. Just a mess. Yeah, I can imagine doing large project migrations. There's a way to do them with no downtime and stuff, but in my experience, one of the actually big reasons why I kind of don't even want to interact with corporate software, most corporate softwares anymore, is they're constant. The software always has problems, and so version 1 has problems. Let's write version 2, and we'll fix all the bugs in version 2. And then they write version 2, and it has a different set of bugs, but it doesn't. It's most of the ones in version 1 are fixed, but now you've got a different set of bugs. And now they're let's migrate from project version 1 to 2, and then they'll start the migration, and then they'll realize, oh yeah, in version 2 some of the features aren't there, so we got to support version 1 and version 2 that are both a piece of garbage, and now you're kind of stalled in this state, and they never end up getting rid of version 1, and it's and a lot of that boils down to if certain members of the team would just pay a little bit more attention, then you could do it gracefully, but they don't do that. Got rid of more experienced. Now they realized We're in the shit. We have environment A that runs everything, and a halfway migration to program B that was just made, which still relies on program A. So now there's, that exactly. One of my, if you go back and watch one of my consulting videos, I explained like exactly this phenomena where, version 1, it's got all these problems. So like we need version 2, and then they now you're supporting 2 piles of garbage instead of just 1. Yeah, I think in a situation like that, it's all about like how how difficult it is to work with the people who are making the decisions on this kind of migration. If you really care about like doing a good job, ideally they can just kind of like, let you take charge and make decisions and stuff. But if you have like 2 people fighting each other on the best way to do it and stuff, it's I don't envy that situation. It's not fun to be in. I raised the point because it's been a hard time programming in a private time, learning, exploring. Since you have experience in corporate sector, was there anything you did to hype yourself up? I only worked, my experience was only internships. That was, the better part of that was more than 10 years ago now. I would say, honestly, I was just never successful in that hyping myself up, which is basically why I chose the career path that I did. I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do my own thing and hopefully I'll make way more money than I would otherwise. And so far that has not happened. And I mean, in hindsight, I had no idea that we were going to have such unprecedented immigration in the Western world. And I guess I really missed out on the kind of the golden years. I figured that I didn't think that things would fall from grace so rapidly. Can you hack a site or destroy it? I know certain web security things. Let's see, what was I doing? Yeah, I'm not sure if this will work. I don't think I've tried instance of with the type before. Let's just run this, see what happens. Thanks for the answers. I mentioned before that your long form videos and everything resonated with me. Something is broken in the world. Something crazy is on the horizon. Yeah, the news definitely gives that impression, and the recent escalations around India and the Middle East don't help. So with the way the world is headed, what's your favorite way to catch small animals in the woods? I don't have a favorite way yet, but soon I guess I may have to develop one once we're back in the Stone Age. Missing return statement. I don't need a return statement, do I? Oh. You believe in me. Excellent. I was going to give up. But now that I know that people believe in me, I shall persevere. Cannot safely be cast. Yeah, I figured that would not quite work. Too bad. I don't know. Right way to do this. This prompt won't work, but let's do it anyway. Let's see what error we get. Not safely cast. Does this compile? It looks like it compiles. Now will it crash? I think it will crash. Yeah, that's what I expected. Okay, so I can check for this. C++ or Java? This is Java. Now, this might give me an error again, but we'll see what happens. There we go. There's our error. Incompatible types. Oh, we got our first super chat from Blodge. Wishing you well. Thank you very much. Oh, actually, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's this thing. Oh, maybe this will be where the debugger comes in handy. Disconnected. Connection refused. Probably because I don't have, well, the jar must be built in some form. Yeah. Okay, that's not running. Oh, it crashed. Oh, nice. Got another super chat. I'm in NorCal, where we're now mostly under your control. Congrats on all of that, but I'm curious about who I can talk to about potholes. I'm still interested in an executive role once you get a government up and running. Potholes. Actually, it seems to me I remember like a citizen organization down in like San Francisco that used to go around like fixing potholes and stuff because the city wouldn't do it. So I guess maybe I'll have to get one of those going. But thank you very much to Travel Matt, not sure what pronunciation to use. Let's see. Actually, this is going to be difficult. Well, maybe I can. Okay. All right, we got a breakpoint. Now can we inspect things? So that's what I want. Get entity class. I don't see any methods on this. Why is there no methods or attributes? So that's what I want to do. But it doesn't like this. Will that work? Nope. What is my get entity? supposedly, according to the debugger, it's like that's actually the class. Okay, let's do a different thing. All right, let's just split this up so I can look at it in the debugger. So we'll build that. All right, it's built. Let's run it in the debugger. So it's running. Now let's attach. Okay, that has the class that I want. There must be some like generic method or something I can compare it to. This seems to be just attributes. I wonder if they're, and let's stop that. Have I done any class comparisons in here with that? I don't think so. There must be some like generic Java method to like compare that to a specific type or something. I don't know why instance of doesn't work. Once my Firefox loads, what's a job you wouldn't mind AI replacing? I don't know, I think like a lot of agriculture jobs, like all the jobs where people go work in fields, stuff like that. I guess probably the jobs that nobody likes doing. Because there's some jobs that are fun, but I mean the whole point of technology is to liberate people and free people up from doing, if technology does not exist to improve our lives, then what does it exist for? Is instance. Maybe that's what I want. Now why didn't it? Let's see if does that exist. That's hard to use. Let me go back to Vim here. Does that still have errors? When I do this, oh, maybe that'll work. I don't really see AI replacing hard manual labor anytime soon. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's going to replace like the most advanced. It's not going to replace the most advanced programming for a while. Like once we actually get to a point where there's actually zero need for programmers, like when it's, you know, you can write like crazy self-compiling compilers, that's going to be like an actual, you know, singularity moment when we can say like, modify this compiler to not have any bugs and be as fast as it physically can be, and it just does that for you. And you say like, now use this compiler to compile your own source code, and like the people who actually make these LLMs, but they can start using the LLM to improve its own code like at exponential rate. That's going to be kind of like, by that point it'll only be like a few years to like automate everything else, I think, if that ever happens. There's probably still a lot of data in the world that's missing. But I have thought about like what would happen, like how could we get to a point where, you know, if you imagine that we do automate like construction workers or something in 3 years or something, how could that possibly happen? I do think you probably could, with the tokenization model could be pretty general. So I could see you possibly, like you could tokenize motions, like when you could have like a full body track. You could have construction workers. You'd have to build the data set. It gets construction workers to wear like full body tracking suits, and like, you know, hand motion like this is like one token, and then you would just put all that with some spatial data into a model, and then, you know, eventually it might come out with something that can instruct robots to like kind of haphazardly actually fix stuff. I see it replacing menial white-collar work like data entry and creating annoying spreadsheets and PowerPoints. Examine your own neural network and make improvements where you can. Yeah, like the thing is, if you get to a point where you can ask it to improve itself, and if it actually does it, or even if you can just ask it to like write some test cases that are good and kind of have something to diff it off of, then like the next time you ask that question, it's going to be faster and better at it. I've had automated assembly lines for a while now. You have assembly lines? Do you own a factory? I'm not sure about AI replacing programmers. because you could still need an input from someone. Half of my work is filtering through requirements and making sure nothing's stupid. Yeah, that's definitely correct. Although, I mean, it is getting good now. Like, sometimes you ask it stuff. It's kind of at the point where it's like, it's really annoying sometimes, but I mean, I'm obviously not using it right now, but like that, for example, the problem I had here with this circular dependency, I don't think it would have figured that out. I guess I wouldn't have known for sure unless I actually asked it, but it probably would have. I probably would have said like, "Hey, I have a deadlock," and then it'd be like, here's the general tips for debugging things with deadlocking," and then I'd be like, "Okay, I tried this and that and stuff," and like, I just know how to debug a deadlock, attach to it with a debugger, see where it's hung up, and also there's multiple threads in it, so then I have to tell it like, "Hey, there's multiple threads." I'm like, "Oh, check through each of the threads and see if it's on a block state or something." Okay. The issue I see with AI is it relies on previous inputs to exponentially improve compilers or neural networks. You'll likely need input that hasn't ever been conceived. I think that where you could get huge wins is like, if you just ask it for like, give me a random simplification that exists in this program, or like, delete a random line, like do a small 6-line modification to this this program that makes it a little bit simpler and faster, and then just like let it do that like a million times on its own to just like try and make the benchmark a bit faster. But as long as you have unit tests to reject all of the failed attempts, it doesn't matter how wrong it gets it like every other time. As long as you're getting some improvements, then then it'll get like, you'll get that like exponentially increasing improvement. Okay. UI work item. AI replacing programmers is a stretch. This would require managers to write clear requirements. Yeah, but eventually AI might be able to clear up the requirements. It is good, but needs a lot of alt context. Also, deeper problems that it has no data, it wouldn't be able to solve it because it's not capable of reasoning. I can give you some tips, but nothing more. I mean, there are counterexamples, like there are for certain small problems. Like if you could even do, like for that self-improvement thing, you could even tell it like, delete one line of code from this program to make it faster. And then just like give me a line number, and it might actually give you, and then delete that code, delete that line, and then you could just throw it into the compiler and unit tests and see if that's an improvement. So that's a pretty minimal thing. Plus, once the project grows, it will become bigger than AI. Context window. Define programmers to fix their spaghetti. Yeah, the bugs that the most advanced AIs will write will be pretty impressive. If you're talking about setting up something like that, Google did with GoGame, but you would need a closed system with concrete rules. A typical project in my company is much bigger. Red Panda says L apostrophe VL. Come on, you've worked with clients, you can never clear up requirements. I had a client once said, I woke up today, saw iPhone's contact edits. I want the system to be like that. I mean, honestly, some of these clients deserve to like interact with an AI. To just like, explain them basic facts, and then when they try to go deeper, just send them on a infinite loop. So that was of class UI work item. Let me think. So the deadlock happened on the UI work item. Sounds hilarious. Torturing clients by making them talk to an AI. Yeah, that's what they deserve. Opinions on how some certain Linux YouTubers have gone down the super far right pipeline. I don't know. It depends what you mean by that. There's I mean, it's one of those topics that it's like more and more I just kind of want to avoid. But I find on there's a lot more like everyone seems to accuse everyone else of being like a far right or far left thing, and then when I go and try to look for stuff, I'm like, oh, this doesn't really compute, doesn't really match. I think the definition of like a lot of the stuff that I see people calling far right it seems to be like basically like left-leaning liberal values circa like 10 years ago. Don't know any Linux YouTubers that went far right. Yeah, I try to like keep my it's really hard to like get objective views, because when I go to like I know Blue Sky is more like supposedly left leaning, and I go there to try and be like, okay, I want to get like the left leaning perspective, and now I don't know if like I'm seeing like the algorithm there is just showing me something different, but I always see people just like everyone's like super angry, and they're like it's lots of like ad hominem attacks against people, but there's very little like discussion of like how to solve any problems or what the actual problem is. And another thing I see a lot of is like I'll see a headline that says like Elon Musk is spreading misinformation. He said that this is true, and then that'll be like the title of the article. He like spread lies about this, and then I read the article, and then it'll be like he said this thing, and well, yes, it is true, and it'll say that it's actually true in the article, and then that's it, and there's no real rebuttal. I don't know what to think about that. Instead of making it detect this particular deadlock, could you restructure things so it can't happen? That is the eventual goal, but like I guess while I'm here, I mean this was supposed to be like a 5-minute thing that was supposed to change, but then I got sidetracked figuring out how to debug and stuff. And anyway, eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to move a couple of the functions back into another class, so this will never happen. But while I'm here, and I've already experienced this and wasted so much time, I figured I should just figure out the pattern of like just how to check the. Ideally, what I want to do is just say if this console writer thread is trying to block itself, stop that. But I'm kind of getting hitched up on how to. How to actually how to check the type of the thread, or how to actually type match the thread. I think this works, but then I when I went through the debugger, the type of this was something I didn't expect, and it's still deadlocking. Some FOSS maintainers are definitely very far left right. My example of what the YouTuber did is being censored. Let me try my phrasing. Gotta hop on Windows for something. They went down the far right conspiracy theory pipeline. Basically, NASA moon landing to now. Okay, that's really out there. I don't even know if I'd associate that with like a political leaning. Some conspiracies about big pharma, hospitals doing things. I don't know. I wouldn't put conspiracies about NASA moon landing in the same category as big pharma and hospitals. I think it's established that the big pharma and hospitals want to extract maximum profit. So there's definitely, I don't know if you want to call it conspiracies, but they definitely are conspiring to make as much money as possible. A lot of YouTubers fall into the trap of making far left-right political bait content, but the audience for that stuff is huge. Yep, before you know it, my views will fall off, and then I'll have to, I'll be doing like 10-hour-long live streams yelling about politics. Making people angry generates views. Yeah, I think there's also there's also a I think a phenomena where it's like like radicalization is, I think, actually kind of like a, if you look at the math of like how things get served, like the optimally efficient way of like delivering content and serving like ads and stuff is actually some form of like radicalization, because it's not just about like showing people what they enjoy, like they want or enjoy the most, but it's about showing people the things that they want or enjoy the most that other people are not interested in. That's like the optimal pairing, and that kind of leads into the radicalization. That's one of my video topic ideas, to sit down and actually like explain this specifically in the context of like how advertising works. Okay, let's just run that again, and then run the debugger. Okay, so this is right blocks and regions. Okay, so T Okay, so this one is for drawing borders. Actually, maybe we should go up and breakpoint. So I say, oh, there we go. Console write or work item. That wasn't what it was last time. Okay. Pause. What happened? Oh, I'm still... Oh, I see. Console writer work item. Is instance. So, okay, that does not, so that does not evaluate to true. Okay. Why does this not show methods? What kind of crappy debugger is this? Have you seen the one doctor versus 20 anti-vax debate? No, I can imagine what that would be like. When PewDiePie made a video on Linux, some prominent figures in FOSS community started accusing him of fascism. Yeah, that's the latest fad. Accuse everyone of fascism and told everyone to stay away from him. I've seen 100 men versus one gorilla concept. I think this comment is funny. That'd be interesting. I guess if you had 100 people, you could probably get like some of them to grab the legs and arms of the gorilla. Not fascism, racism due to some things he previously said but apologized for. Yeah, I mean that was like one misstep years ago. Same thing, racism, fascism. Tweet accused him of fascism. Yeah, I mean, from reaching like large audiences on the internet. My reflection is like, I think people know that this is true, but they kind of forget it, and that is that like, at a massive scale, there are, it sounds dismissive to say, but like some people on the internet really are mentally ill, like, and they're not in like a kind of accusatory or like it's like a dismissive thing to say, like, oh, that person's just crazy. But like, no, there actually really are crazy people. Because if you are a crazy person, by definition, you probably can't hold down a job very well. Like if you're just super, super crazy. And there's some people on the internet who just, sit around on Twitter all day and shout crazy things. And so those people are out there. And sometimes it's not 100% clear how crazy someone is. So that's something you have to consider every time you read stuff online. And it's kind of interesting because like, like CNN or Fox News or something would not apologize and change his behavior. I don't think people still giving him major grief like that. I mean, there's a lot of bad stuff there's a lot of bad people doing bad stuff in the world. I think we should conserve our outrage energy for the people who are doing really bad stuff. Our main issue is with the gorillas is that they're one of the few apes that use teeth to attack. And they're super sharp. Huh. Yeah, I know. I think like I read like the stats on a gorilla. They can be like, over 1,000 pounds, and they're like they can lift like 8 times as much as a person. Yeah, I mean that'd be kind of interesting. I bet you could probably find 100 men who would say like, yeah, I can take a gorilla. So that'd be an interesting experiment. It's easier to fool a person than convince someone they've been fooled. I would say unaffordable housing made me crazy to some extent. Yeah, me too. So the conclusion was, this isInstance function doesn't do what I thought it does. Oh, can I just use equals? All right, let's compile that. Actually, let's make sure that that's committed or saved. Yes. Hands down, give me 100 men, and I will give you one dead monkey. What file manager do you prefer? I've never really even considered this. I just use whatever's default. I think we'd get through half before it gets tired. Made my own with Python, but Windows has a dandy tabless file manager. I haven't used Windows in years. The main thing I love about Rust is the easy way to compile stuff for my Windows using friends. Usually compiling for other systems is painful. Okay, maybe this might work now. Let me think. Let's run that. Right. Let's okay, that should be allowed. So step over, assume. Okay, that should be fine. Oh, wait. Okay. All right, I think it detected, yep, I think that's all right. And then now, if I go into my program, now this was the offending code that had it. So when I run this should just work because I'm not printing. I'm not trying to activate the deadlock anymore. Ubuntu uses Nautilus. Just say that. I guess that's what I use. That word is familiar, so I believe that is probably what it uses. Yeah, I never really in terms of like custom window managers and stuff, I always look at other people's systems and think, wow, this looks really cool. I should learn how to use this and stuff, and then I never do. I just use default. I guess I'm just always focused on like trying to do some other thing, and this customization just never takes priority. Remember means this series blows up. I'm not sure what that means. Tabless file managers are cursed. I forgot to mention, I say that because it's dumb not to have tabs. My company has laptop. Company laptop clears clipboard every 5 seconds. Makes any copy paste action a difficult endeavor. Huh. WinVeed also doesn't work. That's interesting. That's the first time I've ever heard of a company restricting the clipboard activity. That's pretty locked down. I sometimes stupidly copy other things after I'm done pasting. Yeah, I've actually found on I think the newest version of Ubuntu, there's a whole bunch of problems with the clipboard in what is it, gedit or something. It misremembers what I if I try to copy and paste, it just forgets. But only sometimes. Okay, I think I accomplished what I wanted there. It only took me many, many hours. Yeah, I wanted to add the deadlock detection because I'm pretty sure I actually last stream I actually did work to move that code into this class, but then I realized that was actually the reason that code wasn't in that class in the first place was because of this exact problem. Let's see. Okay, I think that will work. Or that'll compile. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, someone said in the last stream I should need a light on my face so you can actually see me. I forgot to do that. Let me move around my lights. There you go. Now I can see my face. What is that? Stream warning? Look like a hacker sitting in a dark room. Actually, move that down a bit. That's casting a shadow on me. The stream warning, I'm not sure. I think it's like I don't know. It's not, the connection rate's not strong enough, but I always ignore that and nothing bad happens. Okay. Now the lights are shining on my eyes though. All right, so that doesn't compile. Send console print message. That does not exist now. What class is that? Don't strain your eyes. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure out something. I need like a better permanent setup. Because if they were maybe over at an angle or something, wouldn't be too bad. Did not expect that. Console right work item. 299, 25, 275. Never seen Mr. Robot, but heard lots about it. I never heard of it, and then I heard of it, and then I've never seen it, but I heard of it, and then watched some YouTube clips. Actually, I tried to watch. I know there's like some intense scenes that I saw, like clipped on YouTube, but I tried to watch some like longer segments, and I thought it was going to be more of like a movie about hacking, but then I watched it, and like a lot of it has nothing to do with hacking, which I guess I don't know what I expected because it's for mainstream audiences. $6.25. Is it possible to hack times? To hack times. I'm not sure what that means. Mr. Robot is mainly about wealth inequality and dealing with mental health problems. Yeah, I know I watched a scene in it that was kind of confusing. It was about like he imagined some people or something. Okay, that move of the code worked. I do remember how some cybersecurity professionals do consult with Hollywood to make more realistic movies. Yeah, from what I understand, the scenes in it for Mr. Robot that are about hacking are are actually like, relatively accurate. It's just that that's not the whole show. It's another layer of immersion and coolness, I guess, but I find it fascinating. Yeah, it makes it more believable. Makes it more, I hate when, like, the point of going to see like a movie or a film is to see like a portrayal of something that could happen, and when they just fake everything, it's annoying. Cassius says, "Bro, what's up? What are you doing? Tonight we're working on the block mining simulation game. So the next thing is, I think what I'm going to do with this help menu thing is I'm going to actually make it a separate, like, dedicated frame. So before I was thinking of kind of stuffing the help menu stuff as like a special case in this console writer thread. And then when the menu is active, display that, but it makes some more sense, I think, for it to be its own UI frame. What did I name that class? Help menu state, I think. I'm gonna name. I have to name that something different. Maybe we just need the mic a bit closer. Maybe that would help with the volume issues. Help details frame thread state. All right, that works. I keep hitting the keep hitting the cable here with my wrist. Belgrime says, "Hi, how are you?" Not too bad. How are you? How advanced are you in your video game project? I would say not that advanced. In terms of like development, it's just a terminal-based game. Yeah, that's the main selling point at this point. And right now I'm doing some major refactoring to the user interface of it. I mean, one of the reasons I picked terminal is because in theory, you don't need to do as much work to do the user interface, but it seems like all I've been doing is user interface stuff now. But hopefully, once I get the basic some ability to add kind of generic frames and that works, then I think at that point there won't be too much more user interface stuff to do, unless I want to add like mouse support and stuff, which maybe I'll get there, maybe I won't. Yeah, it's fun to work on. I mean, so far it's with streaming. Yeah, of course this is there's something very it's something very like clear about like the signal the signal to noise ratio of like an interface that's on the terminal and just with text. It's so like it's so discrete. I'm making a game with Unity. I feel that would be such a hassle to do it without a game engine. Yeah, I'm the kind of person that likes to write things from scratch. Unity, I've never used Unity before. Actually, I've never. Honestly, I'm not really like. I wouldn't consider myself really a game developer at all. Most of my background has been like distributed systems and stuff and operating system development. Taught me a lot about nature of terminals. Yeah, there's a lot to know, unfortunately. I'm doing a simple TUI. All right, let's try to get this finished. Oh man, I just forgot what I was doing. I never be passionate enough to do what you're doing. Yeah, it's kind of a random project. I mean, honestly, my original idea was to do like I've said in some of my videos, my original vision was to, bootstrap a software consulting business. I like software. I like technology. I have a software engineering degree, so I figured, okay, I should be able to go out there. Like, back in the day, I thought like, okay, there's plumbers, there's, bricklayer contractors, there's landscaping contractors. Surely I should be able to be like a software development contractor, start my own business, bootstrap that from scratch. But then, of course, once I got into it, I realized that the business model that I thought existed did not exist. So the question is like, if I know how to write software so well, why don't I just write like a SaaS product or something? But that's mostly limited by investment capital, and today it's more of a marketing problem than an actual software development problem. But it seems like there is actually where the market is right now is just for like doing stuff like this. Like the fact that I have $29 in super chat revenue today is, that's pretty good. If as long as I can stay alive and then build the software good enough to make the software good enough to sell, then it can actually compound. I'm also really bad at everything I do. Well, practice makes perfect. In my experience, most people who say that are too afraid of trying anything, so sad to hear those words. It does not exist. I expected to hear something else about business or something. I mean, like there are like successful software consulting companies that exist. Like there are a few around here, but most of them, like they do business with like the government and like the sales and marketing. Like I said, the sales and marketing, that's the limiting factor. It's not in that. There's tons of people around who can write stuff. What's he doing? Working on writing a terminal-based block mining simulation game. Let's see. Now, there's probably a couple other things I need in there. Being able to keep working when things aren't straightforward, yeah, it is important. Yeah, if you're just starting out, it can be difficult to get some momentum. Actually, that's one of those areas where I think AI is kind of good right now. You could just ask an AI agent for how to get started, and it'll have good feedback. But it can also lead you astray. That's not right. does not override ANSI escape sequence. Let's see, is it going to do that one at a time? Yes, it looks like it probably will. I gotta figure out a way to make this compiling faster or something. That was one of the main reasons for the IDE. All right, or at least back to where we were. So tonight the progress was figuring out the deadlock, messing around with debugging. I'm also the actual help menu itself. We're going to make it we're going to use it. I'm going to use the existing user interface frame model. So that'll allow me to do, so I can do like, I can print strings, and I can, any other kind of thing like borders or whatever, I can print those without getting deadlocks. And it kind of just uses the existing model. For anything else that's displayed on the screen. And next the next thing to do will be to actually like make this a real thread. This is the thread state. I'll have to add something to the console writer thread to actually launch this and add it to the thread pool. And I'll have to make some adjustments to, so when I can actually, I'll probably have to add another parameter. So when you print stuff, it'll actually tell which like frame buffer to write it to, because the menu appears over top of everything else that's in the background. And once that's implemented, then also I can yeah, you know, I can probably just use the like focusing. Yeah, I have like a frame focus. So when the menu is active, it'll be focused, and then it'll get all keyboard input and ANSI escape sequences. So all of that existing infrastructure is there. But other than that, since this compiles, I will call it a night. All right, have a good night, guys. I'll be back tomorrow probably.